is the lead play in our offense. We ask our YN or a tight end to open up somewhere between 6 feet and 9 feet, get an isolation with the linebacker. You tell the tackle to take the defensive end if he's over him. If he's not, to drive down on the first man to his inside. If the YN has the linebacker taken out, he cuts inside. If the YN has the linebacker in, he comes all the way around. If you look at this play, what we're trying to get is a seal here and a seal here. Try to run this play in the alley.
What's up, guys? Welcome into Packers Total Access. My name is Clayton. This is the pregame show. You can check us out on packernet.com. You can find me on Twitter at Packers_access. You can email us, PackersTotalAccess@gmail.com. You can text us 865-658-5824. Jacob, Mr. Beard, you've got the floor, sir. Let them know about it.
Let's go.
I'm not going to lie, man. I'm a little nervous now.
Stop it. Let's go. We're going to stop them, Jacob.
I was doing good all week, but now I feel like I'm going to throw up a little bit. So I had to throw on the helmet, the real helmet, it's signed by Bob Tonyan. So that's kind of a thing, but it's real helmet. So I'm feeling pretty good.
Well, we're going to keep you up there and make you feel awkward. All right.
Do you have any? Is it lined with tin foil so the aliens don't get to your brain?
Well,
see,
that's real.
How we roll up in here, obviously. So mine don't have the padding in the top, so I got to hold it. All right. So the way it works. So anyway, it's already off the rails like it always is, but I need to just go around the horn and test the water here a little bit, test the temperature, if you will. We're going to start with Carly. I think we know how Jacob feels. He's thrown up 3 times, nervous, right? Threw up in that helmet a couple times. But Carly, how we feeling here on game day as we get ready to face the big bad wolf, as Matt Ramage referred to him, the San Francisco 49ers?
I'm going to admit I'm a lot more nervous than I was earlier in the week. The more I've been learning about the 49ers and just how good of a team they are. I just hope we don't lay an egg, as they say. I just want us to kind of hold it together, and I'll be happy with that. I'm really happy for what we've accomplished in Green Bay, and if they win, I'm going to be freaking out. But right. I'm honestly, I'm not expecting it.
Now, I understand that. The thing, as far as laying the egg, I understand exactly what you're talking about. But when it comes to checking out all these layouts here, yeah, that's garbage. That's garbage. That's garbage. I just can't stand it in my face like that. So anyway, when it comes to laying an egg, I feel like it's impossible to lay an egg. Like nobody's expecting us to compete in this game, right? So, but I understand what you're saying too, Carly. Like if they just kind of go blow for blow with them, right, it's going to be okay. We got something. If they do come out and they lose by 2 or 3 scores, it's a tough look. So I get it. And I think that's what you're referring to by laying an egg for sure. But Tim, what about you, man? I think you got fired up from Matt Ramage's video, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Matt Ramage is basically my inner football soul. If it had a voice, that's what that is.
With a little bit higher alcohol content.
Yeah, just a little. But man, I love it. We can respect this opponent. We're not going to fear this opponent. And I'll say, hey, look, nerves are normal. I've said this before, little pregame jitters. Anyone who tells you they're not feeling nervous should be checked for a pulse. Let's all be honest. It's totally normal. But I don't fear this team. Not at all. And we're playing our best ball right now, and that's what you want to see when you go up against the best, right? Yeah. So I'm feeling confident, not cocky, not arrogant, but confident going into this game. And that's what we want to be. We want to be loose and confident. So get the jitters out now. We got time before kickoff, and let's go give them our best, man, and beat this team, man. We can do it. I believe in this Packers team.
Yeah, I do too, man. I do too. I think we got everything it takes to win the game. I think they got the momentum. I think the Packers, Matt LaFleur is arguably the best play caller in the game right now. It's probably between him and Shanahan, to be honest with you. So it's got all the makings to be just an excellent ball game. There's no 2 ways about that. I'm just excited to see how the defense comes out. And I do need to change my pick, okay? I slept on it. All right. I was at the B&B last night, and I was laying there in bed staring at the ceiling.
Had the food coma going?
It wasn't a food coma, but it was some kind of coma, let me tell you. But anyway, we found our way back to the house we rented. Don't remember the walk, just to put it into perspective, but we had a good time.
Oh.
I know the people in that restaurant were looking around like, look at these rednecks. But hey,
he not only rambled, but he rumbled and stumbled.
And there was ice everywhere, Tim. So I guarantee you, I rambled and rumbled and stumbled back down to. It was just about 100 feet from the house we stayed in, but still. Whoo, there you go. What is this? Margin Cron said Clayton slept on a Civil War apricot. How did you know? No, but Mandy did say that. She said, "Do you remember singing last night?" And I went, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "At the restaurant." I was like, "I mean, we had a good time." She's like, "No, like in bed." Like, because I went to sleep a lot earlier than she did. And I went, "No," she said, "You were rapping Busta Rhymes." So of all people, Buster, I was like, I couldn't tell you one song he raps, but she said, "Well, you knew it last night." So it must have been way back here from like the year 2002, right? But anyway, my pick though, I know I picked on defense Quay. I'm going Gary. I just got a feeling Rashawn Gary, and it could have been the Patron Silver talking, but I got a feeling that Rashawn Gary is he's going to have a ball game today. So on offense, my pick was Jaden Reed. Defense, Rashawn Gary. Just want to point that out. That way, after the game, people can't say, "Oh, Clayton, you said this or you said that." So want to get it out there in the open. But with that being said, Matt Ramage, he ain't having none of it, right? Tim told me about this video. We're going to play it here. I believe this is Matt Ramage either going into work or coming out of work, talking about the big bad wolf. Check out this video right here.
In my work parking lot, about to go in this thing and cut some cheese today, baby. All right, but the Green Bay Packers take on the big bad wolf. 49er fans aren't happy that I'm confident. How come they can be confident about their team, but I can't be confident about mine? Is it because they say, well, you're the 7th seed. You're not even supposed to be in the playoffs. You can't beat the big bad wolf, but the big bad wolf don't scare me. I'm going to talk. They say you shouldn't talk until after the game's over. Well, then, if you're just waiting to talk until after the game's over, what's the point of talking? Anybody can talk after a win. The number 7 seed, Mr. We ain't supposed to be here. I'm going to talk that talk. We're going to take down the big bad wolf. You know what I mean? It's game day, baby. Let's go.
Go, Pack, go, baby. I told you, that's my inner football voice right there, guys.
Ram is just fired up. It looked like he might have been at the same restaurant I was at last night. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's going to be, like I said, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how they come out here, especially early on. Like, this is the stage just a few minutes ago on field. You guys know they are calling for rain, right? And I believe I've actually got the forecast in here, I think.
Shows
we'll
like
pull it up real quick.
Chance.
What's that?
It's like an 80 to 90% chance basically throughout most of the game. Is what it
was that the final? Here we go. Bang. So that's local time out there, obviously. So right around kickoff, I think it's 5:15 their time, if I remember correct. So 86% chance of rain. And then by 6 o'clock, 91%, 7 o'clock, 94%, 8 o'clock, 81%. So you're looking at, right around the second quarter, a 94% chance of rain, probably, midway through the second quarter. It's going to come down. There's no doubt about it. Now, to the best of my knowledge, they don't have a hybrid grass out there either. I'm pretty sure what they've got out there, if I remember correctly, is basically just regular grass, right? I don't think they've got the fiber sewn in like we do. What is it, like for every 4 blades of grass at Lambeau, they've got one fake fiber in to hold it together. So that turf could come apart a little bit out there. I got to be real with you guys. I hope it's piss pouring rain. I just love weather games. I think you really separate the men from the boys when there's elements involved and all that. And I know some people don't like that. They'd rather be played indoors, but man, that's what football's all about. Man.
Outdoors, on grass, in the weather. Bring it. That's football, baby.
Absolutely. That's how you determine who really wants it. So what do you guys think? Let's go around the horn here once, Jacob. Are you concerned about the weather at all? Do you think that'll benefit us, hurt us? What do you think, man?
Man, I've went back and forth on this because right away in my head, I'm like, oh man, if it's a bad weather game, immediately it's going to be kind of more of a run heavy game. That's where we lose in the trenches. Packers are known for, having flashbacks of not being able to stop the run, and nobody's probably better at it than maybe the Ravens than the Niners. Right. So immediately I was kind of like, oh, this isn't going to be good. But then I thought about it a little more, but the offense has such an advantage when we have like bad field conditions. Those receivers know their routes, the defenders don't. So 5 or 6 of these receivers that are all great, especially guys like Wicks that are so precise when they're running those routes. If they get some good footwear, hopefully they get the right cleats, all that kind of stuff. But by the time they start to hopefully find their groove, them and Jordan Love, those quick passes to get the ball. I mean, we talked about Jordan Love's hand size. He can grip this ball hopefully a little bit better than some of those other quarterbacks could. So I really am optimistic. I don't want Tim to think I'm out here hating him. I think we're going to win. I really do. It's just my nerves have gotten to the point now where I haven't been like this all season. I used to be like this every single game. I'd get to the point where I'd be like almost having a nervous breakdown, like an actual physical reaction where I'm very nervous, dude. It's like, but I feel confident like that we are going to come out here and be so fired up. They talk about the fact that the team is so young and all this kind of stuff. There was a team that was younger than us. And I just looked this up, or somebody sent me a stat, and it was the Browns team that went 0-17. So there's something different about this team. This team, it's not just the fact that they're a bunch of young guys that don't know better. They're a bunch of young guys that know a lot, and they're syncing together at the right time. That's awesome.
Absolutely. We got the actives or the inactives in. Inactive today for the Packers, A.J. Dillon, Malik Heath, Kingsley Enagbare, Benny Sapp III, Brenton Cox Jr., and Caleb Jones. So those are your inactives today. And I'm trying to just kind of cipher this out a little bit here, right? Because Brenton Cox Jr. not being activated.
That's the surprise right there.
Who's your fourth edge? You know?
Yeah.
And sometimes when you go in a little light at a certain position, it kind of tips the game plan a bit, right? So if you're going one less on the edge, I guess, like we talked about, you're playing a lot of 34 jam against 21 and 12 personnel. But still, you still need an edge in that situation. But maybe this is the day we see a little 4-3 under. You know what I mean? Where we just go, okay, let's go a little bit heavier with the big boys up front. That will be the case.
I was surprised by that because I was looking up stats and stuff, trying to get any sort of indication as to what could happen. And I was surprised that McCaffrey leads the league in yards per carry in 11 personnel. And he's the highest rate. I think he has the most yardage too out of 11 personnel. Because in my head, I'm thinking they do a lot of 21, a lot of 12 personnel with that use check and all that kind of stuff with the tight ends. But I don't know, man. Come on, Brenton Cox Jr. How come he's not in this game? Isn't that kind of weird though? Because who else would, God forbid we have an injury? What does that set up for our defense, Clay, if something like that were to happen? Who swings out there?
Yeah, you're talking about at the edge position, is that right?
Right. Yeah.
Keyshawn Banks. I thought he was an inside linebacker, but I'm not sure. I don't know why. Just on the surface, I did. Does he play edge? You guys know? Because I just pulled this up here too. Rob Domofsky tweeted this out. Packers. This was 2 hours ago. Packers elevated linebacker Keyshawn Banks from the practice squad for today's game at San Francisco. They also signed Pat O'Donnell to the practice squad and released offensive lineman Michael Jordan from the practice squad. However, O'Donnell was not elevated for today, so Daniel Wheeling illness must be okay. So Daniel Wheeling's definitely playing, but the whole Keyshawn Banks thing, I should know the answer to that question, but he's been kind of buried on the practice squad. I'm going to try to pull that up real quick, Tim, but we'll kind of kick it back to you and Carly real quick, Tim. As far as the inactives, obviously Jair Alexander is good to go. I don't think that's a big surprise, but what else stands out to you, Tim, about these inactives? But put them back up there.
Oh, I think definitely, like we just mentioned, Brenton Cox Jr. is pretty much the one I'm most surprised about. Malik Heath was a healthy scratch last week as well. I think that's just more of the same. A.J. Dillon, we know what he's dealing with. Obviously, J.J. Enagbare, we know the deal. Caleb Jones, I don't think he's been active for more than a handful of games this year. So, I mean, really seeing Brenton Cox Jr. on this list is, it's a little surprising. I think regardless of what they're doing with Keyshawn Banks is you're going to have to look probably elsewhere and need someone to play a little bit of swing when it comes to their assignment. So we may move, an inside linebacker to the outside. We may move a D lineman. I don't know. Is this Colby Wooden? Is this like, who are we going to move over there in a pinch? A lot of questions more than answers, I think.
One thing that popped in my mind, you're probably not going to need to do this, but if you had to, Greg Cosell talked about this a lot. Carl Brooks was 300 pounds and played edge consistently in college. So
there you go.
Maybe they go with Carl Brooks as a fourth defensive lineman in a pinch, right? It doesn't mean they're going to do it on a regular basis. But Keyshawn Banks, I just pulled up his numbers. He was an undrafted free agent this year. He's 6'4", 251. That's typically an edge. defender, right? And I didn't pull up his college stuff. I don't want to spend too much time on it. But if I were to see if it'll pull it up here, it may not. So let's see where he got his snaps at. Alignment snaps says defensive line, so it doesn't really say whether it was edge or not. But with a frame like 6'4", 251, I'm pretty sure he would be kind of that extra edge defender in a pinch for sure. So there's that. Carly, what do you think? Anything you want to add there?
Well, in tribute to A.J. Dillon and Derek K., this is for you.
John Deere green on a hot summer night. He rode Billy Bob loves Charlene.
But seriously, I'm sad to see him not on, but we did so well with Aaron Jones. And when we're not trying to I feel like Dylan really was more of like a rhythm back. And I guess to some extent, all of them are when you get on a roll and you just get going. I want to see Jones out there again. I want him to get all the snaps, all of them. So
yeah, got it.
I'm okay with that.
I'm with you. I think if AJ had been healthy, and let's say you bring him in for 10 snaps, kind of changes the whole dynamic of how you've been attacking on the offensive side of the ball. I don't want to say this because I want to continue to play the John Deere Green song, but kind of feels like Matt LaFleur has settled into quicker scat back in this passing game, right? And it really makes you think about next year with AJ, doesn't it? I mean, I see you shaking your head down there, Jacob. It kind of feels like unless he comes back and does it for next to nothing, probably not going to see him back in Green Bay unless they get a really good deal on that contract, right?
Emilio!
Love it. What's up, Emilio? How you feeling, man?
I'm good, man. I'm excited.
I need to know why you ain't got that sombrero on, bro. You going to do this
It's not time yet. It's not time yet.
Okay, all right. I respect it.
I'm wearing my helmet. So.
Derek K in the chat said Tay Wick's going to ball. Hey, Tay Wick's been good against zone. So is Jay Reed. And here's the thing too. On tape last week, you put Romeo Doubs all over the tape, right? So what if they go in and they're like, okay, let's try to take 87 out of the equation? Boy, it's going to really free some stuff up.
Mm-hmm.
Just got to stay away from Fred Warner. Either that or just run right at him. You know what I mean? Just put him on his teeth.
I like that option right there. Run right at him.
He's such a good football player.
And that same point works with Jaden Reed too. You know, he wasn't a big factor in the Cowboys at all. Didn't even catch a ball. So let's see what he does this game.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's see what else we got. Go ahead.
Can I just take real quick? It was kind of touched on by Ryan's podcast, just the sheer disrespect of the Packers. What's the line at now? Does anybody confirm what it's at as of this? It's at least
last I've seen it was at 9.5. I'll check.
9.5. I think somebody said it even moved. But anyways, Ryan went through similar games that the San Francisco 49ers had played, and they went minus 10.5 against the New York Giants like 8 weeks ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have us on the same tier as the New York Giants right now. And I just think that that's such a slap in the face. Like, no matter what, like, you can't tell me that you can compare us to the New York Giants or a number of teams that they played. Like, I mean, they were garbage teams, every single one of them. And the spread on some of them were not even that big. So I don't know. It's just, I really do think this team is taking it personally. And I don't know, dude, I'm getting more and more jacked up. I go back and forth. I'm like a roller coaster of emotions.
Mm-hmm.
I relate. Emilio, how are you feeling about this game, man? We kind of went around the horn, got some nerves in the room.
I think I'm right there. Chewy right there. Green Bay dead. My stomach is tore up. I hope we win. You know, that feels like where I'm at right now. We got, we're making some homemade pizzas, but man, I don't even know if I'm gonna be hungry for them. You know, I got the dough rising right now, but I don't know, man. I get those nerves turning.
I love it. Yeah, so
with a little nerves. It just means you're alive.
Yeah, that's it. That's all.
According to PFF, it opened up at 9.5, and it is currently at 10. So it went
bring it
for San Francisco. So why does that happen sometimes, right? because they're trying to get the money in a different direction. They're trying to get it as even as possible to get the. It's all it means, guy. It means, like if we were to click on it, let's see if we can get the green line here real quick, and I'll read it off to you guys. If you get the money going one way heavy, they're trying to balance that money out, right? With the odds, it's just simple math. That's how Vegas makes their money. It's sitting at 10 right now. We're 10-point underdogs, right? PFF has it at 9.8, so they have it a little bit better than 10. When you look at the cash, 62% of the cash is on San Francisco minus 10. So what they've done is the cash and the tickets, 58% of the tickets were staying on San Francisco. So they're trying to give people even more incentive to go with Green Bay plus 10. I feel good about the plus 10 personally. So that's why you've got the line shifting the way it has, right? Now, when you look at the money line, though, the money line just went in outright. 60% of the cash is on Green Bay at that plus 370, and then 68% of the tickets are with San Francisco. And the over-under right now is 50.5, and it looks like everyone is taking the over, even with the rain in the forecast. So 78% of the cash is on the over, 72% of the tickets is in the over. So that's how that's sitting currently. But again, those numbers aren't everything. I do think it's important to kind of touch on them a little bit. So I'm glad you brought that up, Jacob. Like I said, I've been out of the loop a little bit. Omer in the chat said 49ers have not lost when they've not turned the ball over this season, so we need at least one turnover today. Yep. I think we get 2. I can't remember what their record was, but it was like I think the number was 2, that anytime the San Francisco 49ers did not get at least 2 turnovers, their winning percentage went way down. So, and that's what we've been doing well, is protecting the football. Now, rain out there, you got to protect the ball. We know Jonesy fumbled there against the 49ers in the playoffs the same year that I think it was the same game that Mercedes Lewis had that big fumble in the fourth quarter too, right? There was a lot of things that went into that game, but got to protect the football, man. You can protect the football, you're going to come out with a chance to win this game. Ken James says Niners lost to the Vikings, Browns, Bengals, Ravens. Purdy going to throw at least 2 picks tonight. Let's go Packers. Laughing emoji. I can't tell if he's serious or not. I hope he is, right? Do that little giggle in there at the end. And P-Brar said, best Packers podcast, X Factor, Barry's defense. Let's go. Low scoring game, Packers 28-17, go Pack go. What's crazy, too, is, we've been drawing parallels with the 90s Packers, more specifically 92, 93 Packers. And someone pointed out to me today, they sent me a DM. I can't remember who it was that sent me a DM, but they sent it and said it was a screenshot of the divisional round where they played them in the 90s, and it was the mud game. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mud. Was that also the game? Was that the game where Desmond Howard went back in and changed his clothes? Am I thinking right? Was that the 49ers game where he went in and changed his clothes because he was muddy and he came out and we literally didn't have a kickoff return to the second half? They just kicked it in the ball, bouncing around. Yeah, they recovered that. Do y'all remember that?
I think I do.
I'm thinking it's the same game. I think it is, because Holmgren went to him and was like, where were you? He was like, and this, I love hearing Holmgren tell the story. He's like, Coach, I was real dirty. I had to get uniform change. Said Holmgren.
That was Jerry Rice used to do that too.
Better now.
Didn't Jerry Rice used to do that? I thought I saw something back in the day where he would say, hey, if I got dirty, I would change the uniform, and try and be clean when the game was over. Nobody was going to touch me, and I was going to leave with a clean uniform. Maybe that was the logic,
Yeah. It's wild, man. I love going back and watching those old games, though, catching a Pat Summerall, John Madden calling the game. Oh, It doesn't get any better. It's food for the soul. Larry in the chat said Banks activation may have something to do with special teams. Good point. Good point, Larry. They may have to pull a Waddy off of special teams, and he's kind of filling in that gap there. That makes a lot of sense. Let's see. Rocket Knight says protecting the football will not win you the game. Scoring more than your opponent will win you the game. And that's weird. I didn't know that. That's pretty wild.
You sure about that?
Interesting. Yeah, are you sure about that? Let's see. Mike Hebring in the chat says Packers will sink or swim in a very wet Levi Stadium. I see what you did there with Joe and the defense tonight. Offense will be competitive, but D has to force turnovers to win this game. There you go. And the offense has to not turn the ball over, Mike. Important to mention that. I just hope, like I said, man, I hope the defense shows up and puts all the naysayers to bed. It's going to be tough, though, man. This team is, they're stacked.
So Barry can get that contract extension.
I don't know about all that, man. Don't get me in the middle of that. All right. Listen, I barely made it up here in time for the pregame show. I'm trying to survive through the night. You know what I mean? So let's do this real quick. I've got a cool video of Greg Cosell and Doug Farrar talking about this matchup. It's long. It's about 7 minutes long. Okay. So what I'm going to do at any point, you guys can speak over this. So if at any point you got something you want to add, and if I want to add something in, I'll just pause it for you. All right. Let's play it. This is, like I said, or like our boy Ross Tucker refers to him as the GOAT civilian, or the civilian GOAT. This dude, he is the master at breaking down the tape. And he always talks in a very simple manner too. He doesn't try to sound smarter than he is. Sometimes he'll say something, you go, what the heck was that? And he'll just quickly go, all that means, guys, is this. And you know, oh, okay. I've learned more from Greg Cosell than anyone else when it comes to learning the game of football. But let's see what they have to say about this matchup. Like I said, it's him and Doug Farrar on their podcast together. It's absolutely awesome.
So that's a fascinating matchup. Green Bay Packers and San Francisco 49ers. The Niners are another team without a coverage type. They've played 50% single high, two high 50% of the time. Cover 3, cover 4, cover 1, then cover 2 in that order. They will flip to a bit more single high on third down, but as is the case with the Ravens, they play what works for them, and they don't change a lot from a systemic point in a situational sense. So we'll see what that means. Now, Green Bay's defense, under the much maligned Joe Barry, has engineered quite the turnaround over the last 3 weeks. From weeks 1 through 16, the Packers allowed an opponent completion rate of 66, 20 touchdowns to 6 interceptions, and an opponent pass rating of 96.6. In the last 2 weeks of the regular season, they allowed a completion rate of 60.4%, fifth best in the league, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, and an opponent pass rating of 79.5, 11th best in the league. Now, this was against the Vikings with their 12th quarterback and the Bears, which
right.
12th quarterback. I love it.
Dak Prescott threw for 403 yards and 3 touchdowns in the wild card round, but he also threw 2 interceptions and got out of there with a pass rating of 89.8.
Yeah, that was garbage time stuff.
Yeah. So, and you made a couple.
Easy, Greg. They're gonna come after you.
I saw a couple of your notes on the Packers' defensive game plan focused on coverage, not pressure. They only rushed 5 or more on 9 of Prescott's 70 on Prescott's dropbacks, and they played a high percentage of 2 high coverage against Cowboys. So
and it could have been a function of the game as well. So we don't know. You know, I would again when you play the 49ers. Your starting point is the run game. You know, obviously Purdy is a great player, and we've talked about him, but the starting point's the run game. So you have to decide how you want to defend the run game. Obviously, they're really good running to the left. That's what they do very well. And while the higher percentage of McCaffrey runs come out of 21 personnel, so you would expect that the Packers would be in their base, which is a 5-2 basically. McCaffrey also leads the NFL with a meaningful number of runs now, out of 11 personnel. And they get their wide receivers involved as blockers exceptionally well. And I think that's an important part of their run game.
So is there anything you've seen from the Packers in the last 3 weeks where you think, oh, this is why it's sort of gotten better?
No, I wouldn't. No, I mean, I can't answer that specifically. I will say when I watch the Packers, I think their front's pretty good. They've got 2 good edge players in Smith and Gary, and Van Ness has been getting more snaps, the rookie, and he's actually flashed. I think they have some really strong inside players. We know about Kenny Clark. Carl Brooks, 94, has played really well for them.
Can I say I loved his college tape because it's not often that you see a 300-pound edge rusher, and that's where he played most of his snaps. That was fascinating to me.
Yeah, and he's an inside player for them. And Devontae Wyatt has been playing more snaps now, and he's been playing better. So I think their front's pretty good. And Walker and Campbell, solid linebackers, big, athletic. Don't forget their secondary this year has gone through a ton of injuries. They're playing with a lot of guys that they didn't believe they would be playing with. So, again, that takes time. They play a lot of zone. They're not a heavy man-to-man coverage team. In playing zone, people might think that's easy. Just, I got this area. It's not. You have to understand receiver distribution, splits, routes that come from all that, when to pass a guy on, when to carry him. I mean, there's a lot that's involved there. And when you're playing with young players, that can be difficult. So they've struggled at times throughout the year. Clearly, they had a stretch where it seemed like they couldn't stop anybody in the pass game playing zone. But, obviously they're going to have to be pretty good this week, or it's going to be a tough day at the office.
So essentially what Greg Cosell is saying there is, when you've got young players playing that many snaps, there's going to be miscommunication, right? So you now hear Greg Cosell talking about it. You heard Matt LaFleur talk about it. You heard multiple players talk about it. You heard Joe Barry talk. When Joe Barry talked about it, he's making excuses and trying to save his job. But it's obvious that's what has happened with this defense, and it's kind of turned around as the year's gone on, and they've gotten healthier. But I like what they were saying there as far as, he likes our defensive front. Now, the problem with that is the run defense, right? Run defense can be an issue. And the part that really worries me is what he was mentioning about running out of 11 personnel. Because you get Debo cracking on some of these toss plays. If you don't have that enforcer, if you don't have that defender that's going to attack the ball like Baltimore did when they played them on some of those toss cracks, then it's going to be a long day at the office on defense. I think these boys are going to come out ready to play, though. I'm eager to see how they attack the defense. Let's go around the horn, though. Tim, what do you think about what they said right there as far as the defense and in San Francisco and how they may attack?
I'm thinking more and more about Carl Brooks now, for sure, especially given what we talked about, right? We may need a little help over there at the edge. So, if he can step up, next man up, if he can step up into that role and, make an impact on this game, I think it's going to give us a huge opportunity defensively because, creating turnovers is going to be key. We've got to do that. And you can get pressure from the edge like that on Purdy. Sometimes collapsing that pocket around him is just as good as flushing him out. It might even be better than flushing him out in this matchup, especially, if it's super slick. We don't want him rolling out into space and being able to, extend plays. So I'm looking at edge. I'm looking at Carl Brooks today for sure.
And especially, in the rain,
Yep.
8.5 inch hands with Brock Purdy. Like we talked about, Jordan Love, 10.5 inch hands. Like that, turnovers can be an issue today. It can.
Right.
All you got to do is get in his lap as quick as possible. Go ahead, Emilio. What were you going to say, buddy?
Excited about us playing some zone. I really think it's going to be big, especially with the weather it is. When you're in man, chasing someone around in a mud pit, it's not going to be fun after you make a couple cuts. The receivers always know where they're going. The defense never does. So if you're able to keep an eye on the quarterback, an eye on the ball, that'll help tremendously. But like Tim said, we need the D-line to show up and keep contained, push the pocket, pressure pick, coverage sack. So we just kind of need to work hand in hand there on the defense. And then let's just chew up the clock on O and call it a day, really. Let's just grind it out, man. It's just another game. It's nothing crazy. Just keep showing up until it's the big one.
It's not like they're undefeated either. Everybody's acting like they're just they're undefeated.
And they had a week off too. They're a little cold. You haven't had a little game. A couple of pads snapping together. So maybe there's a little slow off the start, and that helps us in the long run.
Derek K said to hit him with one of these.
Took it down the sideline, turned over with my guys, gave the football to a little kid wearing 23.
John Money, white jersey game incoming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jacob, I see Carly's camera's off. She may have stepped away. Jacob, what do you think, buddy, about what they said right there?
One thing that I agree with, pretty much everything that was said there. And one thing that I think we should key on, I watched another Greg Cosell, it was something on ESPN, like some extended, maybe ESPN Plus thing, but they were breaking down tape. And they said that other than if we can stop the run game, however, we could do that we have to watch out for George Kittle and how he can exploit our middle of the field. And I've seen that again. That seems like it's either been we get gashed in the run game, or we get gashed with the tight end coming across the middle, or we get that quarterback that's running around the pocket and then ends up eventually being able to get upfield. So I'm just looking at maybe, again, highlighting Quay Walker and his ability to hopefully stick with George Kittle. A lot of Campbell, and I think I saw that McDuffie is good to go tonight. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, he's not on the inactive, so he should be
surprised at how well he's done. And it seems like they use him a lot in pass coverage when it's like kind of more obvious pass down situations. And another big, strong performance from Savage would be great because the safeties have to hold up that middle of the field as well. And I think that they're going to try to take advantage of us, especially like we talked about the field conditions, those short dump offs, that kind of stuff. If we can stop those two key aspects of their offense, that we have a heck of a good opportunity. Because I don't know, man. I think, we've talked about it. I do think that they're a paper tiger. We just need to come and play our game.
Got it. Baltimore is absolutely boat racing the Texans. You guys know, if anybody in the gambling world, the favorites have really historically dominated in the divisional round. So let's hope the Packers can throw a little wrench into that today. But Carly, anything you want to add? Anything that stood out to you? Any comments, questions on what they said about the defense there as far as Greg Cosell?
Like scheme aside, the fundamentals in tackling, like we just got to we got to wrap them up. We can't let them get a few more yards. You can't let, like, it's a good team. They're going to get yards. Let's not let them get explosives. Let's run the ball. Yeah. I want them to tackle well.
It's going to be huge. And how many times have we said on Chalk Talk during losses this year where we would say, if he makes that tackle, that's not an explosive.
Right.
Therefore, it's not tripling their chances of scoring on that drive. So I think you're spot on with that. And I think we'll know early too. We'll know early that the first couple snaps, not that you'll know who will win the game, but you'll know this defense is being aggressive. They're actually attacking the football rather than kind of letting it come to them.
I think that's so important. Like we talked about, when you've got a team that's been sitting here for a while, they had the first round bye. And we just talked about them not seeing live game action in a little bit. They may come out a little rusty or sluggish, hopefully. That if you can get a fast start on top of that, create a turnover, be aggressive on defense. Like we said last week against Dallas, I fully expect both Matt LaFleur on the offensive side and Joe Barry on the defensive side to be in their bag today. And, Joe's going to have to dial it up against the San Francisco offense. And I'm looking forward to seeing every minute of it.
Definitely. Chewy in the chat said 65% chance that I have a G-string is what he says. So listen, before we give you the 65%, we got to hit you with this. Now you've earned the 65%. All right, let's it's been moved around. Who's been moving my videos?
65%.
65%. That's what Thank you, Tim. Was it Tim? Carly, I haven't.
Look, I get blamed. I love it.
It's got to be Tim. Got to be Tim. I probably moved it, to be honest with you. It sounds like me when I lose my keys, it's always Mandy's fault, right? And then I find them where I left them, right next to the peanut butter jar or something. You know what I'm saying? It's just how it always is. So let's do this. Let's pick up this video, the second half of this video. I think it's important to hear what Greg Cosell has to say about this game. Again, the whole goal, we can sit in here and cut up the whole time, but the whole goal is to try to come away with a little bit better understanding of how the game may flow and what some of the guys and gals that spend all this time watching the tape think about it.
Real quick, we've talked about Purdy a lot. Just his kind of thumbnail, his attributes, especially rare for such a young quarterback, and how they work against this defense.
I think there's two things that he does exceptionally well. I think number one is he's a true anticipation thrower, meaning he will deliver the football to space before receivers begin their breaks.
How many times this year have we talked about in our previews? Oh, last week Purdy hit this, in cut to Ayuk 23 yards downfield, and he threw it before Ayuk even made his cut.
Correct. I think that's innate. I've had a lot of conversations with people. I think that's innate. I don't think you can point that out to a quarterback. You can say, hey, this is when you should throw it. But if you don't see it like that, you're not going to throw it, because it's a scary throw to throw it to an area where the receiver is not. I mean, that, so I'm being honest. That's a hard thing to do. He's very good at that. And by the way, that pass offense demands that. That's the way they play pass offense. I'm not sure a lot of people realize how many throws in that offense are between the numbers where there are more bodies, and those are difficult NFL throws. The other thing that we had no idea about watching his college tape, and I'm sure it's one reason he was Mr. Irrelevant, besides the fact that he's obviously not physically imposing, doesn't have a power arm, all the trait stuff. But the other sort of mental part of his game, which you don't have to see in college, because very few colleges do this, is he is so good at dealing with late coverage rotation. I mean, he sees it in a heartbeat and registers and processes it like that. And don't forget, he has a second to process that. I sit with a clicker, I can watch the play 10 times. He's got a second to process it, and he does an unbelievable job of processing late coverage rotation and then knowing immediately where to go with the football based on his route concept and combinations. And, you don't see that much. You certainly didn't see that in the Big 12.
No. I'll just say, I'll go back and watch a really interesting play like 10 times. Okay, what was the safety doing? What was the underneath guy doing? What was the by then you're sacked 14 times and you lost.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to see that in less than a second.
Yep.
What are they doing out there?
So, I mean, they're a difficult offense to play against. Obviously they play a lot out of 21 personnel, probably 40 to 45% of their snaps, but they also have great success out of 11, obviously throwing and running. And the way they use Debo and McCaffrey, you have to kind of figure out how you want to deal with that. You don't want to get caught up in too many adjustments and too much communication because, one guy gets out of position and you have a problem.
And positioning is a problem because they have so many. It's McCaffrey, it's Samuel, it's now Ayuk, it's certainly Kittle, where these guys can all line up at 4 or 5 different places.
Correct.
Formation, and they can kick your ass from any of those places. And it's 4 or 5 guys.
Word.
Right. And the beauty of that and
I think Doug Farrar might be related to Jacob down there.
And the genius of it is they can line up in all those different spots, but the concepts are all the same. They just get to it from so many different ways.
Yep. Okay, here's a game.
Absolutely huge. What he just said there at the end, it's Bill Walsh 101. They're running the same exact 3 or 4 concepts. We've talked about it all year. What's the concepts that keep coming up for us? Slot cross, right? Slot cross like crazy. And then sometimes we'll mix in a Y skinny with a slot cross on the backside. Sometimes we'll throw in a switch aspect to the slot cross. You're getting to the same play. You're getting to the same windows of throws because there's just a handful of styles of defense that are in the NFL. You're getting to the same windows of throws just from different looks, different avenues, right? And, it kind of got me thinking about how we would attack if they are in cover 3 a lot. If they do end up in cover 3, how will we attack the boundary? How have we done it all year long? Probably gonna throw some trips at them, some trips and some bunch sets, and try to attack the flat, the mid, and the go. It's been a long time since we've thrown a go route down the sideline. You guys when was the last time Jordan Love threw, let's say, a 30-plus yarder, a go route down the sideline? I can't think of one. Can you guys think of one?
It's been a minute.
Would have been that one Jaden Reed deep ball, but
Yeah,
I don't
that
even
was
know
like
if it was
the
a
Saints,
go route.
wasn't it?
Right.
So
I highlighted that the other day, just flipping through, but
yeah. So if that's the case, if we're seeing that, we're recognizing that the 49ers are. So maybe they sleep on that a bit. Maybe, you take into consideration, how do you attack a cover 3? You attack that 10 to 12 yard range on the sideline as long as you're walking that deep third out with a go. And if you're going to attack underneath, and Kyle Shanahan and his coaching staff sees the same thing we're talking about, maybe they cheat a little bit, right? Maybe we hit one of those down the sideline. If it happens during the game, if you're sitting there watching the game and we hit on one of those go balls down the sideline, everybody that was in here, every single person will be like,
whoop. Here I come. Oh, here I come. Oh.
There it is. So we'll see how that plays out there for sure. Let's go to Jake Shavink's comment here. Jake Shavink said, the Niners being able to be in 11, 12, 21, 31, and 22 personnel simultaneously is tough. It is, and it kind of, we're sitting there talking about, Enagbare not being, good to go. Brenton Cox Jr. isn't active, so it's like maybe the answer is just go a little bit heavier. And let's focus on stopping the run and making your secondary just went on the backside. But, they've got 2 number 1 receivers and the best tight end in football this year. That's essentially what they've got. Oh, by the way, arguably the best running back in the league too, who can split out wide at any point. So that's what I was saying the other day about Preston Smith will be in coverage today. It's going to happen. So brace yourself. All of the ignorant football minds will be going crazy over it, but it's going to happen because anytime you're in 21-12 heavy against a 34 defense, when you're primarily looking to play some zone, you're not going to bring 5 every single time, especially if they start attacking down the field. So, we'll see how it goes. Anybody else got anything else on what they just covered? Go around the horn. Emilio, you got anything, Tim? Anybody?
I like that. Brock does throw it to space, but it's probably going to be a little bit harder to see that, with all the rain and traffic, all that stuff going on. That's why we need a lot from up front. We need to push that pocket. We need to kind of make them feel uncomfortable. But, Greg just hammering us with info. So, it's good stuff. We're coming up on the time, getting more and more antsy, man. I'm excited for it to happen.
I love it. Someone in the chat, Tim, they asked if we could leave this stream up so they could just talk ball with each other in here. Something that I thought about doing in the past, and I know other streamers have done it and it never gets taken down. I probably won't be able to do it today, but what I'll do is today I'll try to leave it up for you guys and gals so y'all can hang out here and talk while you watch the game, and maybe we'll pop in and out from time to time. But in the future, I've heard that you can play the radio broadcast and it won't get flagged or anything. So we could have Wayne Larrivee and, Larry McCarron calling the game in the background and everybody in here chatting. So whoever asked, I'm going to try to leave it up, okay? Just know, guys, that when we say we're done, we'll play the outro, and don't get back in here. And Tim, don't take your shirt off and run around the room like you usually do, all right? So let's make sure that don't happen. But what were you going to say, Tim?
Oh, no, I was just going off of Jake's comment there, talking about the different personnel groups that this Niners offense can throw at you. I mean, it goes without saying, this is the best thing about playoff football, but it's going to be another kitchen sink type game. You're going to see LaFleur and Shanahan just absolutely throwing, haymakers all day when it comes to these plays and these personnel groups. And defensively, man, I think I look to the middle too. Quay and Devondre and, Zay McDuffie going out there playing banged up. These guys are going to have to be able to cover laterally as well as, north and south there on the field. That's going to be absolutely crucial against this Niners offense. So looking forward to seeing how the D brings it today for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Carly, you got anything? You're muted.
So real quick, I just looked it up. I might be able to, if we play around a little bit when this is over, I might be able to share the radio broadcast from my NFL Plus subscription to this so we can play it.
Cool.
If you want to try.
Yeah. Here's the thing. If we do it, there's a chance it gets flagged, right? And again, I know other people do it, but you know how it is too. And I'm just going to be real with you guys. I know people want us to do it in here. There is a group of other, I want to keep this very vague, other Packer fans who love to snitch on people who try to bring Packer fans a little bit better. Don't you dare. Don't you do it, Jacob. And it's not that the Packers are sitting around going, who's doing it? They've got people reaching out to them going, well, we're not allowed to do it, so they can't do it. And it's like, and all we want to do is all the other person wanted to do, I'm trying to be so vague here, was just bring Packer fans a little bit better content. Like, that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
But there is a group of people who want it to be about them and their clicks and their views and this and that. And it's all about their business. So, we'll see what we can do. But worst case scenario, it would get flagged. They would snitch us out, which snitches get stitches, by the way. They would snitch us out.
Right, hey, that's just the way we talk in the clique.
It would be, but that was so damn well.
No, a bunch of people are saying, no, don't worry about the audio. We'll just chat. It's not worth it. Don't jeopardize the show.
Yeah,
okay.
I say.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, like there's no way I'm going to talk over Larry McCarron and Wayne Larrivee. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah. So again, we'll leave it up so you guys can chat in here, okay? But and we might pop in from time to time. You might hear me with my mic hot a couple times, and you'll hear me throwing something. So we'll try to prevent that too. But yeah, we'll leave it up so you guys and gals can chat in here during the game for sure. So for as long as we can anyway. If I jump back in and there's two people though, I'm going to get rid of it. All right. So
you guys better stay in here.
We had the guys taking the field just a second ago, at least in the tunnel. Let's go take a look at it here. The boys getting ready to go out. You got J.O. Looks like the secondary. There's Carrington Valentine, J.O. I'm sure Sav is in there. I'd like to see Savage have another big day. That would be awesome.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. Keyshawn Nixon, Valentine, the whole crew ready to hit it.
Fired up. Scoop.
See what the weather looks like out there right now. Is it raining? Kind of looks a little dreary, don't it?
It's raining.
Great day for football.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. We're at the 48-minute mark. We're kind of closing in here. Let's go around the horn one last time, unless you guys got something else that we can hit on, something else that you see on Twitter, heard. Jacob, you got any rumor you want to share? You haven't said anything in a minute, Jacob. What's on your mind, dude?
Just
still nervous.
I'm starting to feel like I'm gonna throw up, man. I'm getting so.
You gotta go do your ritual.
I'm at my ritual. I gotta do my pregame ritual. Trust me. I know, Carly. I'm getting ready to throw up. But I was looking at Brock Purdy, some of his intangibles and his measurables and that kind of stuff. From what I can gather, he's at 9 to 9 1/4 hand size.
So it's not 8 1/2?
No, it's 9 to 9 1/4. But still, that's considerably less than Jordan Love. And
we've been sharing things.
That's what she said.
That was not me. You see my hands.
He's also 6'1", and the interior defensive line, if they can actually get their hands up. We saw it a couple times last week. Batted balls. If we can't get Brock Purdy to stay, batted balls. There you go. That's
a response.
That's a nice one. Is it because I said ball? Where?
I bet it was. Lincoln said, "Who's got the ball? Where's the ball?"
Oh boy. But anyways, I just think that if we can get our hands up and really force him to kind of walk around or try to scramble around, I'm hoping that we will fluster him just enough so that our defense can stay on point. Man, I'm a little nervous about this field, but I really do think that the wide receivers, I think they're gonna be running some routes all over these guys. I'm not losing hope. I'm ready. I'm gonna throw up though.
Fired up, ready to make these so-called experts look stupid again because they're all gonna pick the 49ers.
That would be so sweet though. It will.
I'm not saying we're gonna boat race or anything, but I'm telling you, man, I'm confident in our squad. We're playing our best football right now. We're hot at the right time. Go Pack, go, baby.
I love it. Emilio, what you got, big dog?
It's about time. We've been waiting for it. Everyone that wanted that 5th round pick, I'm happy that we're here right now. So enjoy this game. Let's live it up, man.
Just here to tell you, Pack is back.
You heard
it from
This is my
That's all we're
favorite.
talking about.
That is my favorite right there.
What do you got? Parting thoughts, Carly?
I just want to see him do the fundamentals well. If they do the fundamentals well and we still lose because we got outplayed, that's how the game goes. But I just want to be proud of the team when this is over. I mean, heck, I already am. Who's not? This has been an amazing season, and I hope it keeps going.
Love it. So Love versus Purdy, just kind of breaking it down since week 11. Jordan Love, 70.7 completion percentage. Brock Purdy, 70.1 completion percentage. Passing yards per game. Jordan Love, 269.1. Brock Purdy, 278.7. Passing yards per attempt. Jordan Love, 8.1. Brock Purdy, 10.1. Passing touchdowns. Jordan Love, 21. Brock Purdy, 16. And then passer rating since week 11. 116.6 for Love. 117.0 for Brock Purdy, man. This is two of the best quarterbacks in the entire National Football League. Paul Brittle put an article out, really, really cool article over at Packers Wire. And you guys got a few minutes as we wrap this thing up. Go check out this article. He did a phenomenal job. The tweet he put out said, football aside, Love was the right person, as in who he is day to day to lead the 2023 Packers. From his calm demeanor, regardless of the situation, to off-field gestures and effort he puts towards teammates. You can't quantify it, but it matters. And he has a story here. I'm just going to pull a little excerpt here, okay? And this is some of the quotes from his article. Quote, "We have an O-line quarterback's dinner every Thursday night," John Runyon said. "We bounce between various restaurants around here. Jordan is always there. As a leader, he has this nonverbal leadership that you get this sense and feeling that radiates off of him. Quote, never see him shaking at all. He's always really focused, ready to go at all times. You can see it in his eyes. You can feel it in his voice. You can, it says it kind of calms you down as an offensive lineman, knowing that your quarterback is back there. Whether he's taking a hit, taking a sack, it doesn't matter. He's going to get up and play the next play. He's there for you. He cares for you, and he's going to do whatever he can to protect you. That's my quarterback." That was perfect timing, Tim. I said and he said, "That's my quarterback." When he says he's going to protect you, I mean, think about that.
Mm-hmm.
That's from an offensive lineman saying that about your quarterback. You know what I mean? Yeah. Jacob's down there.
About
you give him a paper bag to breathe into
right now.
What's that, Tim?
I said these guys are playing for each other right now. That's what we talked about, and everyone's got each other's backs. And that's how you have to be going into a hostile environment like this, right? Playoff football. We got to be arm in arm, locked in warriors, man, ready to take on these guys. And I love it. I love the attitude. The youngest team to do it. And these guys all have their heads where they need to be. And yes. I'm just looking forward to today, man. It's going to be awesome. We're almost there, guys. What are we, a little more than a half hour away?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're closing in.
Let's go.
Let's see. I have one more. I think that was it. Well, let's see. One more screenshot here. No, we talked about Keyshawn Banks. Okay, yeah. So, go ahead, Jacob. You read the floor, Jacob. What's on your mind?
I sent you guys a couple of videos in the group chat, and I don't know if you were able to look at them, though, but just kind of going off of the team's chemistry. And just how great they are together. There's a clip of Sean Clifford wheeling around Alex Magoo.
Oh yeah,
like I don't know how to explain.
Towel cart.
Yeah, towel cart, and they're both just like head banging and having a great time. And then I sent another one too of I believe it's Rashawn Gary talking with Jordan Love, just a small interchange because we talked a couple episodes back about like who are the leaders on this team, and because there's such a young team and all this kind of stuff. And the way that Gary took him aside, and I can't remember exactly what he said verbatim, but it was something to the fact of like, go be a leader, go lead us, we're following you, like go get this kind of thing. And it gave me freaking chills, dude. I was just like, oh wow, like that guy really is he's the quiet leader that, like, I don't want to get into this talk. We don't have to right now, but I think there is something. I've been hearing a lot of people commenting in the last week about how now we're seeing Matt LaFleur's offense, and that Rodgers, just for whatever reason, I mean, we went through that and how it's the same, but I do think there is something to the fact that Rodgers' mindset of maybe just the fact that it's still LaFleur's play, but he's playing the play the way he wants to do it. Where Jordan Love is going through, Matt LaFleur told me 1, 2, 3, and I'm going 1, 2, 3, and then you know what I mean. At 4, when I got nothing else, I'm making something crazy happen with my natural ability. Whereas I think Rodgers would go, I think 3 is a better read, 2 is a better read. I'm going to go back. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he was getting overly cautious with the ball. I think Love is just finally to a point where his body and his progressions and his mind have caught up with his natural ability, and it's freaking amazing to see. And I'm so excited.
Yeah, I mean, you had the accuracy come on right at around the time that the ball starts coming out on time. You had the pre-snap adjustments that he's making. Remember, early in the year, he wasn't even setting the protection, right? And now you see him walking to the line and going, can, you stay in block. Hey, you come over here, stand right there. He's complete command. Now, if the ball falls incomplete, everybody's probably roasting him for it, right? The same they did as Rodgers. But when it works, it's, man, he's got command over this offense. And he really does, man. You got to give him credit. I'll tell you who else has got command over this team. Look at my boy Joe Barry. You kidding me?
Thank you.
This pitcher cracked me up, man. I know the players hate him, right? They hate him. Look at him back there. Look at the players behind him, bro.
Put some spec on that name.
Put some respect on it. That's hilarious, man. That is 123.5% Caucasian right there, that stance. Look at that.
Joe Barry with that front row at Metallica stance.
Right.
I love it.
Or it's who do you think you are? I am. That's exactly
I guarantee you he's got some Air Monarchs on right now.
Who do you think you are? I am.
All right, guys, we're out of here. We appreciate y'all hanging out with us. I'm going to leave it up, okay? So everyone on here, Jacob, I need eye contact.
Listen, I'm going to unplug everything, dude. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, I'll get canceled. I'll get so canceled.
Pull the power cord on the computer. Just yank that thing.
Lincoln's over here rocking the whole table. He's like, Dad, this ain't a good idea, bro. Don't leave it up. Don't leave it going. We're going to leave it going so y'all can chat. Man. We'll see you guys for the post-game show. The post-game show will be a separate link, obviously. Okay, so be prepared for that. But yeah, everybody have a good game. Stay safe out there. Jacob, don't throw up in your floor. Emilio, make sure you keep your shirt on when you put that sombrero on.
Yep.
All right.
We got to
go make the pizzas.
Tim, we're not going to scream. We're not going to scream and cuss, Tim. Me and you, we got a pack here. All right.
Hey, we're all good, man.
And Carly, we just appreciate you. Go ahead, Tim. I'm sorry.
I'll be hype, but I'll be hype in a friendly way. Don't worry.
Post game show, everything's going to be laying on the floor in the background at Tim's.
It's going to be Andy. It's going to put the hole through the wall. It's going to have to go to anger management.
There'll be blood on the helmet. It'll be bad. It'll be real bad. But Carly, thank you for putting up with us. Okay,
yeah.
Appreciate you.
He goes by Drew now.
No, it's hilarious.
Yeah. All right. We're out of here. This one isn't getting uploaded, so I apologize for those of you who listen on the pod. It is what it is. All right. So we'll see you guys in the post game show. Appreciate everybody. Y'all have a good enjoy the game.
Go Pack, go.
See y'all.
All right.
Jacob just left. I love it. He's like, I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it.
I might pop off and then come back on in a little bit just to make sure my kids don't hit the buttons and pick up any of the background noise.
Yeah, no, that's totally cool. Totally cool.
Okay, awesome.
All right, see you.
Bye.
embarrassing. Who's got it better than Coach Harbaugh? Nobody, I guess. Who do you think, Coach? All right, more post-game from Baltimore.
Rogers, who the only place he's going to take you to is the toilet bowl, and then you got Brett Favre, who will take you to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm just saying, we're not going to talk about it.
Roadhouse.
His receiving is tough.
Sixty-five percent.
65%. That's what we
John Deere green on a hot summer night. He rode Billy Bob loves Charlene.
guessing who's got it better than Coach Harbaugh? Nobody, I guess. Who do you think, Coach? All right, more post game from Baltimore.
Emilio!
You think God never farted?
I'm a man. I'm 40.
And I'll kick the bloody piss out of it.
You can call me anything you want, but don't call me that.
Oh, we're going to give him some.
Who's got it better than Coach Harbaugh? Nobody, I guess. Who do you think, Coach? All right, more post-game from Baltimore.
You can call me anything you want, but don't call me that.
Make third down more manageable.
Yes! Here we go! Here we go! Here we go!
That's what she said.
Michael, please.
There he is.
Please.
Mwah!
Took it down the sideline, turned over with my guys, gave the football to a little kid wearing 23. Just here to tell you, Pack is back.
You heard.
Make third down more manageable.
Yes! Here we go! Here we go! Here we go!
That's what she said.
I don't listen too much Taylor Swift.
John Deere green on a hot summer night. He rode Billy Bob loves Charlene.
65%.
65%. That's what we
my quarterback. Stop playing with him! You stop playing with him!
And I'll kick the bloody piss out of it.
Just here to tell you, Pack is back.
You heard
It's my quarterback.
Who do you think you are? I am.
Just here to tell you, Pack is back.
You heard.
Yeah, here we go.
I tried this one chili and it set my mouth on fire, and I had to drink a 2-liter of Mountain Dew.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Dancing, who's got it better than Coach Harbaugh? Nobody, I guess. Who do you think, Coach? All right, more post game from Baltimore.
Roadhouse.
My knee.
Нет, скажи за Россию.
За Россию.
Скажи, пью за медведя. За Россию.
За Россию, за Россию.
That's what she said.
You think God never farted?
Oh, we're going to give him some
Just here to tell you, Pack is back.
You heard
rapist. Roadhouse.
Stop playing with him! You stop playing with him!
Just here to tell you, Pack is back.
You heard
Нет, скажи за Россию.
За Россию.
Пью за медведя.
За Россию. За Россию только. За Россию.
Oh, we're gonna give him some
It's my quarterback.